All right. Can everyone hear me? Let's see. So dumb. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to still figure this out right now. There we go. Okay. So we're gonna try to adjust this camera a little bit. My bad. How's everyone doing? So we are going to share. What's going to happen is that as you know, I actually got a ROG Ally X Xbox, obviously, and this right here is a 8 TB SSD card that we're gonna be installing in today. Okay, just give me a moment. I'm gonna try to promote this on next Twitter right now. So this originally it has a 24 24 gigabytes RAM as well as a 2 terabytes, but actually it's 1 terabyte. But I actually don't want to only use 1 terabyte. Nowadays the games are, as you know, some of these like a high end games, they tend to take over more than like maybe 300 or 400 gigs sometimes, or even like 100 gigs or 50 gigs. So like I'm not a big fan of installing and deleting games every time. I'm just not that type of person. So we're just gonna open this right now. Let's just try to this wrapper and that wrapper. Oh boy. And I actually had the white version of the ROG Ally last year, the one with the Z1 processor. This thing now is a Z2 processor, which means is that the performance is much twice stronger and twice faster. As you can see, there's a there's like two USB ports right here. I'm gonna have to uh, change the focus on this. Let's see. Let's see. All right. Just like take the phone apart. How's that? Do you guys see it? There we go. All right. Yeah. All right. Using a Nikon camera to stream, so uh, let's see. Hello, Seaman Dog. How are you doing today? Okay. I'm gonna try to focus on the aperture a little bit. There we go. All right. Two USB ports right here. One volume set right here. SD card slot right here. And then headphone slot. It's kind of interesting because not a lot of people these days use a headphone slot only because iPhone and Galaxy phones these days they don't really use them anymore. They kind of like force you to use you know AirPods or USB-C to plug in your headset these days. And that's how it works. And then as you can see, this SSD card and SD card, micro SD card, you can technically put that in right here. Sleepy, work soon, midnight shift, LOL. At least I get Monday and Tuesday off. That's good. That's good. So, I'm a huge fan of Kanade from Hololive. So every time when you're like watching her stream on Sunday, which is for like American time, she'd be like, "Oh hey, it's Monday, everyone! Like, aren't you excited?" And it pisses off everyone's on the chat right there. Like they get upset that she's happy that everyone's feeling miserable about Monday. Okay, I'm just gonna just there's a cable right here. The cable right here, charging cable, USB-C. Interesting thing is that the previous model actually had a like a little graphic cards the they had a 4090 and the what is it 3080 graphic card like the extendable graphic card system for ROG, and they completely removed that for the new Ally X models. Um, So if you are trying to get like, the 5090 graphic cards, they don't have, at least on the good side, the 5091, that they don't have that anymore. That model, the 4070 and and yeah, 4070 and then the 5090. Oh, no, so it's a 5070 and for 5090. They are going to go with Thunderbolt 5 USB-C, and you can, if you feel like you want to enhance your graphic cards or like a portable graphic cards on it, you can technically put one of these two onto the uh, USB-C, and then you can play it at a max performance if you want to. Now, the issue about the extended GPU for ROG Thunderbolt 5 is that one, Thunderbolt 5 is not really like, common thing right now. It's still like there's not really a lot of devices nor computers that can actually handle Thunderbolt 5. Most of the current motherboards and then the PCs and then laptops, including, like they still use Thunderbolt 4. So, it's a very uncommon thing right now. And I think that's the main reason why, ASUS still hasn't like multi-manufactured these extended graphic cards, is because like I don't think they figured out how to make Ally X be fully compatible with Thunderbolt 5 yet. I think there's like some kind of like an issue in between right there. But as of right now, if you actually own 5090 extended graphic cards, uh, you know, huzzah to you. It's just that uh, there's not a lot of items in stock right now. You won't be able to see it. But I'm like holding this, as you know, the previous model didn't actually have these two like controller handles. It's much nice to hold it like this. Then it was like a little bit flat right there, so it was like, much difficult. But the way this button is set up is almost similar to your Xbox controller. If anything, these two buttons are a little bit more compatible, a little bit more familiar with the Xbox Elite controllers. But the other, actual Elite controllers, there's one and two button underneath right there, but there's only like these two right here. Now, let's see. Uh, the buttons, they're very well done. Xbox main buttons now here comparing to the previous models. Um, The greatest thing about it is that the previous model was only like 16 gigabyte RAM. At least now you get 24 gigabyte RAM, which helps you refresh a little bit better. And then the display is 120 hertz, which means your refresh rate, whatever you're playing on the frame rate for like a 1080p resolution, medium resolution, like a medium quality graphics. This will run at least 60 to 100 FPS. So we'll see if that actually is a thing right now. Okay, get rid of this box right here. Woo! Okay, and what else do they have right here? Nothing really fancy. There's a serial number underneath and the guide. So we're gonna open this today. Obviously, that's the main part of the stream right here. Okay. Let me know if this is clear and crisp. Obviously, you kind of want to see more of a, this handheld in my face, so I'm gonna try to do this. And then SSD. All right. So we're gonna do this right now. Flip this over. There's 4 screw parts. I always use iFixit, so this is what's gonna happen. For obvious reasons, this is a little bit thicker, so I'm gonna get a thinner version. greatest thing about iFixit is that it has multiple screws that I can use. There's two things that I can use right here. There you go. One bolt. And oh, it went in. Okay. I'm gonna flip this around. Okay. One screw out. I'll just put it underneath right here. Okay. Two. And so I thought actually I took it out, but apparently not. So I'm gonna try to pull this out a little bit better. So much for $1,000 handheld, right? Huh. As you can see, the lines are underneath right here, so you have to take a 3 screws right over here too, I guess. Give me a second. Huh. I wonder if they like made it a little bit more difficult than it did before, because the way I see it, it's not coming out easily comparing to the previous model. Oh, okay, I hear it. I don't know if you guys are able to hear it, but you can hear like the part snapping out. Oops. Okay. Well, Oh, of course. Okay. Huh, there's like I guess the screw is like extremely stuck in between right there. I'll try to pull it out. Okay. So it's loosened out. The right side, on the left side. Okay. Okay, yeah, it does snap out. Yep, I see it. Oh, so now you just gotta be careful a little bit right here, as you can. I'm gonna zoom in. As you can see right here, there's like a little cord right there. You don't want to snap that out. So you're just gonna like try to keep this all together. I don't know if you guys can see it, but I'm gonna try to be careful. So what we're focusing on is right here. That's the SSD that we're gonna detach. But as you can see, there's a little thing right here that we're gonna detach this first. Is that even detachable? Let's see. Huh. They made it so that it's not detachable? I'm not quite understanding this right here. Hold on a second. There's supposed to be a little bit of a attachment that you can remove. As you can see, you need to kind of detach this only because this is a battery. So as you can see, this is the battery itself, and unless they made it differently, but obviously, for obvious reason, I'm not even sure how are you gonna detach this. I feel like they soldered this comparing to the previous model, but I could be wrong. If I can take it out, then that'd be great. But yeah, they kind of melted this thing. Like as you can see right here, that's like it's kind of soldered. They I think what they did was like they kind of wanted to prevent you from. Yeah. I guess another way that I could do is just careful about touching this and then just easily removing this right now. Just hope that then nothing goes wrong. All right. Taking out the SSD card. And this is a little bit thicker than the previous one. The the original one, so not even sure how this is gonna work, but we'll see what happens. There we go. Is that done? Is there two slots right there, or is it just me? Oh no, there's only one slot. Okay. I'm not done. Okay. So I'm gonna put this right here. And it's kind of interesting because it actually fits. Oops. Okay. And whew. Okay. Put this back in. Snap this together. Snap this. Okay. All right. We put it together. Thanks, Seymour. Thanks for the wishes. I'll let you know how this works out. All right. Okay, so I put everything back in for now, and then now we just need to screw everything back in. Just hope that this works. Screwing back one. Screwing back two. And screwing back in the front right there. And then, wait a minute. Where did these two other screws go? Did they fall out? No way. Stop it. Oh, Jesus Christ. So when I was like working on it, I guess the screw just kind of like fell out somewhere because unbelievable. Yo. Oh, jeez. Not what I had in mind. Obviously, there is supposed to be maybe 4 screw, maybe. One of the screws definitely like went somewhere. Right. Oh, okay, there you go. All right, now I can snap it back. So first center screw, second screw. Third screw. And the fourth screw. As you can see, if you're trying to get like a what is it? Like an SSD card with a heatsink on it, it is compatible. It fits right into the handheld. So in the future, if you're trying to get like either Samsung's 990 Pro with a heatsink on it, or like me, I got the Western Digital Black with the heatsink on it, only because Western Digital Black is the only one that actually has an 8 terabyte, and Samsung didn't really manage to make an 8 terabyte one. I don't know why. Just doesn't make any sense to me. No, it really doesn't make any sense to me. Okay, so all right, I'm gonna put the power charger back in. My only hope is that because there was a battery right there and I didn't disconnect it, I'm just hoping that it doesn't short circuit. If it short circuits, then that means that this is good for good. And that's the end of the stream, right? And the last thing I need is like this thing to die. All right, give me a second. There's like a lot of fingerprint right there. They don't even give you like a swab or anything like that. I just noticed that some of like the plastic parts like kind of like snapped off a little bit. It's not a big deal, but it's just like kind of annoying because this case is a little bit delicate. So in the future case, if you guys are trying to install something and then you see like you might see some plastic parts like snapping off a little bit. All right. Now since I replaced the SSD card, what you want to do is that you want to get into the ASUS cloud recovery mode, which means you would need to go to like the volume down. Give me a second. Here's the volume down, and then you want to hold the power button together. So holding, and then holding. Okay, so as you can see, you can see the logo screen, and now we're at the boot mode. So going from there, you want to click the Y advanced mode, and then as you can see, it went into the regular computer boot mode. And you want to go to advanced tab, and then you want to click advanced ASUS cloud recovery. Click select, view policy. It will so it's a little bit blank, like white screen right here. So but this is like a kind of like a disclaimer claim, privacy notice that you're like you know what you're doing. Check network information. So they're asking you to connect to the Wi-Fi so they can download this. So I'm gonna put my Wi-Fi information in, confirm. Okay. Check network information. Check connected servers. Check device information. So we're getting getting somewhere. The cloud recovery file is ready to download. You click next. The greatest part about this is that the motherboard in this device is already installed with the you know ASUS the ROG Al is compatible with ROG Ally. So in case if you were ever going to reinstall like Windows OS or whatever the OS that this thing has, it will you know you will definitely be able to just download it directly from the BIOS. So you don't have to get yourself like a USB boot key, Windows boot key to reinstall anything. And I would recommend not doing that only because you might be missing out some of the like the apps that you may need for this ROG Ally X. Now, if you don't like how this OS is functioning and you just want like a straight out Windows 11 OS, then by all means you can use that instead. You don't have to go to the BIOS mode to use a cloud recovery. I'm using cloud recovery because I actually do want to test out the ROG Ally X OS, to see how good it is. And Xbox is pretty proud of themselves promoting this thing. You know, I feel like their direction in the future is that they want to go a little bit more into handheld in the future than their Xbox Series X and like anything like a high end, heavy consoles and so forth. For those who do not know, you know, Phil Spencer's been trying to promote lighter version of the console each time, like the digital Xbox these days. They really want you to use a Game Pass, and they really want you to you know, start getting outside of disc like what is it, physical disc business right there. So it's going to be very interesting. Let's see. It's still uploading, so if you want to come back while this is happening, feel free to do so. I'm just kind of like waiting this out. For those who do not know, even if it's a ROG Ally X and Xbox OS on it, you can still use Windows 11. That's what's pretty interesting about it. the more I kind of hold this controller, it feels so smooth. Like I don't know, it feels right. Like, I actually like it. I don't know about you people. Well, what do you mean, you people? No, no, I didn't mean it that way. Well, I mean like you guys. Um, we're at 76%, so we're almost there. We're about to get like 80% and 100% and so forth. I kind of want to play certain type of games on this thing. I'm gonna test out maybe Ghost of Tsushima, Silent Hill F. What else is out there? Cyberpunk 2077. Uh, Blue Protocol and the Final Fantasy 14 probably, and we'll like test it out one by one. Oh, now I think about it, Final Fantasy 14 is actually on Xbox as well now too, right? So, uh, that'd be interesting. I mean, I can just carry it around and play it how I like. If the only thing like if this if the cruises and the airplane actually have a pretty good Wi-Fi, it'd be awesome to play it on the handheld like this. It'd be pretty cool. Actually, I know that people have been like asking me if I'm gonna stream Ghost of Yote again. So the thing about Ghost of Yote, as of right now, I've realized that some people feel that like I'm just like kind of like wandering around, exploring, and just like taking my time of like not doing the story and just like going around and like unlocking stuff. I think that's the like one of the reason why I just stopped like streaming and just like decided to play myself. But eventually, I'll probably go back and stream like a main part of the story. As of right now, I'm doing like a side quest and then like side exploration, so like unlocking stuff. So that way some people don't feel bored out of it. I've been just like kind of like revisiting some certain areas and trying to unlock some stuff. That's pretty much it. I'll eventually go back and do the main story, and then I'll probably stream it for that one right there. Um, let's see. Okay. That's been finished, right? Okay. See, now I told you you don't really need like a boot key or anything like that. It will just go right back into uh, the regular mode right there. So now, as you can see, it's the Windows OS is loading. Interesting. It had like a couple of screens and it says loading. So I'm assuming that it's trying to structure and format and everything. Okay, no update required. You're currently using the latest version. Checking. Battery detected. Do you want to back up your files first? Yes. No. Back. Cloud recovery. Checking for updates. Required. Still loading. Still loading. Do you want to back up your files first? No. Are you sure you want to start the cloud recovery process? Yes. Cloud recovery process. Download. Here we go. Another download. So we'll kind of wait on that. Anyways, is there any type of like I know that I've been getting like a lot of G Fuel recommendations. Is there any like yogurt flavor or anything like that for G Fuel? Because everything else actually like tastes pretty crap. So I'm not a big fan of G Fuel as much. Uh, grapefruit, white peach. That actually tastes. That actually sounds good. Prickly pear, strawberry lychee, white grape, pineapple, Isaac's tears. That's not too bad. Lemonade. Lemonade is usually the best thing to like, cherry lollipop. No. Ramen and melon. No, that's not too bad. I kind of wish there was like a Calpico type of flavor right there. G Fuel yogurt flavor. Uh, Notify me. Oh shit! It got sold out. Oh, it must be really good if if things like that get sold out. That's pretty crazy. Sage, citrus berry. Nah. The review is worse, but it's somehow sold out. That's pretty crazy. Strawberry pina colada. Mm, energy formula. Tubs, collector boxes, starter kits. Uh, coming soon. Flavors are there. Cherry green apple, the blue raspberry dragon fruit. Nah. Sour gummy worms. No. Cool. No. Honeydew green tea. That's not too bad actually. Orange pineapple melon. That sounds pretty good. Sour blue raspberry. No. Blueberry white peach. That doesn't sound too bad. Holy shit! Is that a Gundam wing right there? Wow. Operation Meteor collector's box. Oh, that's pretty cool. I used to have a Gundam version of the collector's edition, and that ended up like kind of like like the lid got broken, and they didn't want to replace me, which was very sad. I'm surprised they don't exactly have the what is it? Like some of these in stock. That's pretty annoying. Like I kind of want to try the white grape pineapple. That sounds pretty good. Like I'm gonna put this as like notify me when available. I'll probably review like each of these drinks again. I kind of stopped like buying these because like I don't know, like when I tried drinking it, like I got pretty sick. Uh, Formula 2.0 tubs cans. I wonder if they have any good cans right there. Sour raspberry candy, blue lemonade, no. Watermelon limeade, no. Peach ring candy. Apple mango, no. Raspberry lemonade, soda ice candy, snow cone, soda ice candy. That actually sounds pretty good. I wonder how many people actually have drank this like with the how many people like have people actually drank this with like a what is this seltzer maybe is that what it is? So if you're curious right now, it's still at 32%. I think it's gonna take a little bit of while, longer than before. So I'm just kind of like playing around right now. Guess we can do some reaction videos if anything. Okay, I'll change the camera for a second. Let's see. It's pretty wild when people like just think that it's okay to just like, promote yourself without, like trying to discuss with me. Let's see. What am I gonna do? The more I'm like witnessing this, like what is it? The Steam Deck is like kind of like slowly dying out. Other competitions are doing much better in a way. Oh yeah, yeah. I'm stretching out a little bit. Taking forever. Still updating, so it's gonna take a while. So while I'm doing that, I'm just gonna play this game. Well, who would I choose in this case? I'll choose the Cure. She has a pretty big range of slash right there. Just takes forever to slash. Increase damage by 20%, okay. What the heck is this? Okay. Increase the attack area by 25%. This is... I like how there's like a Yago face right there. I'm screwed. What? Yay, delivery. Awaken. Ooh, ooh. Trailblazer. Okay, body pillow. Still upload. Well, the update is kind of finished right now, so what's gonna happen is that I'm gonna finish the setting up the OS and then start downloading some games and we'll test it out once it's like fully functional. Why are you not dead? Does Kiara even drink? Probably does. That's why there's like a sake option, probably. Credit card enhancing reduced by an ambush on What is this stick figure doing? Is that like reference to coroning? Dancer. Ah! Ah! Okay, so now it's loading the OS right now, so I'm just kind of like waiting for it. I So I did upgrade the Ally SSD. If that's what was happening. Give me a second. If you kind of look back a little bit, I already upgraded the. I already upgraded the SSD. That's why. Let's see. I got 2 terabyte SSDs. Yes, I already did upgrade the SSD. So I kind of upgraded like maybe 30 minutes ago, maybe. It's an 8 terabyte. I can kind of go over if you want me to. Like the upgrade is not that hard. Basically, you unscrewed. It's not that hard. As you can see, 3 screws. You just need to unscrew it. You can use something like, iFixit type of screwdriver. You can buy iFixit on Best Buy or like in Amazon. They're pretty cheap, and they give you like all type of options. This one is a lot, this length right here. It's pretty narrow, so you just unscrew 3 right here. You don't need specific tools. Be sure that when you're trying to open this, make sure you're doing it at like I guess when the battery is completely run out or something, or if you just unboxed it, then don't turn it on at all. Be sure to do this while the power is off, only because when you open the case, you're gonna notice that there's like a little strip that's attached to the case. And also, no, I didn't unclip the ribbon cable. I didn't do that. You don't need to unclip it. You just need to carefully just when you detach the case, upper case right here, be sure that you're detaching it properly, and don't yank it. Like, be sure you don't yank it out, because the ribbon cable is is very sensitive. So you don't want to. You can just like open it and just leave it on to the opposite side right there. And when you do, there's another screw right here, and there's 3 screws right here. Just the camera. So as you can see, 1, 2, 3. I got the one with the heatsink on it. So if you want to get like the, I guess, 990 Samsung 990 Pro heatsink, or even what is it, the Western Digital heatsink right there, it should be fine. It fits perfectly. I know a lot of people are concerned that it might be bulky, that the case might not fit in. It fits perfectly, so you shouldn't worry about it too much. The only so once you get the once you put in a new SSD, obviously put keep the case back in, screw everything back in. When be sure to you have enough battery to power it on. When you do, you want to go into a boot mode. So just the camera, the volume. When you be sure to hold the volume down and then click the power button on, and it will go into ASUS boot mode. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me just turn on the music. Give me a second. How's that? Is that better? Sorry about that. Let me know if you can't hear the music anymore. Anyways, if yeah, so you don't really need Windows OS the like the USB key or anything like that. So when you go into the boot mode, click button Y on the Xbox. This thing is itself actually has its own ASUS motherboard. So, it already has like a cloud recovery mode. You don't really need Windows OS. Like the USB, you don't need to buy another. You don't need to buy another key. It already is provided itself. So you want to hold this, minus button. Then once you get into boot mode, go into the advanced mode, and then once you get into the advanced mode, click advanced tab, and then it will also let's see, it will go into the click cloud recovery mode. And then it will take you to another like a settings mode and then ask you to go online on Wi-Fi connected, and then it will go into this type of system right here. You'll see this type of screen, and it will ask you, "Hey, do you want to like you have anything to back up? You want to install something? Like you want to recover your OS?" Then you just click yes, and then it will automatically download and install the OS for you. Right now, I'm working on this, it's still, like, installing, recovering, so that's why, like, I was kind of, like, kinda playing game a little bit while I'm waiting for it, but, overall, ASUS ROG, recovery system is very convenient. It it makes my life a lot easier because I don't need to purchase another key, and I don't need to, like, download a iOS to ISO to not iOS, ISO um to USB port, and then do everything from the scratch. It already has an Xbox OS that you can recover from the ASUS cloud recovery, so which is cool. Right now, there it is installing everything that was originally part of within the ROG Ally Xbox Ally X. So it's installing Armory Crate and so forth. Also, okay. Also, I know that 8 TB SSD is super overkill, but I already spent $1,800 on it. I might as well get a past 2 grand. Wait, why did you spend $1,800 on it? It's only $1,000 unless you bought it on eBay. Or um how did I unclip it? It's not that hard. I do admit that I was like trying to pry it open a little bit too strong, so like a small like millimeter pieces of plastic kind of like broke apart a little bit, but nothing that serious that affects the case to be loose, or like this case to be breaked. Should be okay. Protection plan 2 case and a docking station. Okay, okay. I that makes perfect sense. So um 8 TB SSD being super overkill, I guess it's kind of overkill, but at the same time, games these days can go from 50 gigabytes to 120 gigabytes pretty fast. And I also need to tell you that micro SD card, is nice to put the games in there, but at the same time, I don't recommend it only because it actually causes this device to load a lot slower. Okay. So the clipping is not that hard. If you feel concerned about it, you can use like a little like I don't know if you have like a guitar pick, or if you have like some kind of like a little uh pick that can like open in between. You'll hear like a snap. Don't feel afraid about it. Like in between, like I my fingernails are a little bit, narrow, so it's easier for me to like, kind of like pry it open like this way. But if you're feeling uncomfortable about it, what you can probably use is like you can use like use a screwdriver and switch it to minus drive, and then you like put it in between the case, and like gently pry it open like that way. That's another way to do it. You can use the fingernails unless like I said, you can use a screwdriver. Instead of using the plus screw, you would use a minus screw, and then you can put it in between the case, and then try to like slowly open right there. If you once you hear snap out, like click sound, and then it snaps out, that should be okay. And then snapping out right here, snapping out right here. Just keep in mind, be sure like the three screws right up here, one of the screw in between might actually like not come out fully. So like just make sure like if it's not out fully, just like slowly like check it out to see if it's if it's loose or not. I almost like kind of broke the case a little bit because like I forgot, I didn't realize that the screw in the middle is a little bit too tight right there. I highly recommend that I fix it because, like for any type of case, like if you use a computer, if you use like anything essential, iFixit tool is like very essential for me. I use it almost like everything that I use. That's like even at home, like even like generally, like anything outside of a computer as well too. Like I pretty much use almost everything for this. A good thing about iFixit is also is that this thing actually has like a magnetic in the top right there. So in case if you like trying to unscrew it or rescrew it, like there's like a little magnetic at the tip of it right here. So it will stick most of the screws will stick together right there, and then it will help you um screw back in. I just never modded or created anything ever in my life. It's not that hard. I'm gonna tell you right now, comparing to Steam Deck, in my personal opinion, this is as less problematic. Like it's much easier to upgrade and replace the SSD card. Now keep in mind, as I've said, the battery and the SSD card is very close to each other. I'm gonna like once this recovery is done, I'm gonna go back and reopen the case for you. Just unless once the stream ends, you can kind of go back, or you can technically like go back into the video clip right there, right around. I'll give you a timestamp for it right now. How should I put in the SSD? So the SSD, you can just like kind of like unscrew the. I don't know if you have a desktop computer and then you set up like a motherboard with the SSD card, it's almost a similar situation right there. If you have never done it, if you have never put a SSD into the motherboard, then obviously this is like going to be a little bit a confusing situation for you. It has its own screw. The M2 SSD is attached. So this is actually what ROG Xbox actually had. This is the original SSD that this thing actually had. I replaced it with something else before. I don't know how firm or soft I should be when putting the SSD. So in order to know how to put the SSD in, if as you can see these two tips right here, and then once you get in, you you can slide. There's like a little slot on the left side. You'll see like two little open gaps. It's not that hard, but obviously for any obvious reasons, you know, does it go in soft? You just kind of like slide it in, like clip it in, kind of thing in between, and then it will like kind of like stick out like this a little bit right here. It will like stick it out like there once you screw it out. But when you push it back in, like gently push it in, and then there will be a screw that you will put it in right there, and then just screw it back in right like this, and voila, you're pretty much done. Like it's not that hard. But obviously, but like I said, there's like a little battery cable that gets in the way in between the SSD and then the battery cable. The previous ROG Ally model allowed you to disconnect the battery cable while putting the SSD in. This one apparently, for some reason, I tried taking it out. Apparently, they solder the battery and then the cable itself, so you can't really extract it out. That's why I suggested you to let let the battery um let the battery like drain out before using it, only because in case if it doesn't short circuit. And you can just like kind of like move out, like push away the cable while you're putting the SSD in. It's not. I don't know why people complain about a 1K price tag. I feel like it is pretty reasonable in my personal opinion. If you think about it, a lot of people just kind of get a little overreacted when you think about it as like one, it's an Xbox. So people are saying, "Oh, why are you paying for the console that's more expensive?" People are forgetting that Nintendo Switch 2 was actually $600, and it's pretty expensive, yeah, on their end too. But at the same time, this device, comparing to the other models, this has a 24 gigabyte RAM DDR5, which means that it's much faster to load the game. It's much faster to handle multiple apps. Um, Usually the prices increase based on the RAM more than the hard drive, like SSD itself. And then the processor definitely upgraded from last year's model, which was a Z1 processor Extreme, and this is a Z2 Extreme processor, which means the process like performance is definitely much stronger than last year's model. And this one, with the 24 gigabyte RAM, that makes it a lot stronger, obviously, and then the performance is a lot faster too. For those people who do not understand, obviously, how the RAM works, even in the Apple compute, like computers like Apple, for example, um, it's pretty expensive. Like like upgrading like a smallest RAM, like for extra 8 gigabytes or 16 gigabyte RAM. That actually they try to charge you extra $200 to $400 or $600, and like usually the RAM prices like hike up these devices, and unfortunately for ROG Ally X models or anything ROG Ally related, you can't upgrade RAMs. That's one thing that you can't do. You can upgrade SSDs, but you can't upgrade like DDR RAMs. It's hard soldered into the mainframe. So if something goes wrong, you most likely will brick it if you try to upgrade the RAM. So I would not recommend doing that. The only thing that you can do is like upgrade the obviously the SSD uh card right there. My highest recommendation is the RAM stick that I'm looking at is $550. Are you talking about the SSD card, or are you talking about the you can't really put a RAM into the um this device. So I'm assuming that $550 is what you're talking about, the 8 terabyte SSD, maybe. That's if that's what you're asking, Hypnotic. Just want to confirm with you. Um yeah. So yes, so $550 SSD, 8 terabyte. I would recommend getting it during Cyber Monday or um Black Friday. Uh it was it's kind of funny because Western Digital 8 terabyte was actually on sale during Prime Day. But as of right now, within 2 to 3 more weeks, you're gonna see some of the electronics like and hard drives going on sale. So be on the lookout. Like, you know. And then in case m- if you can't afford 8 terabyte, you can always go with the six. I mean 4 terabyte too. It's not a bad upgrade. What if I download some games and I put in an SSD? What would happen in the software then? Most likely is that the new SSD that you put in, is unformatted, so you would need to reformat everything right there. In case if you want to move it to your new system, obviously be sure to use a ASUS cloud system to upload. So go to the boot mode and then go to the cloud recovery. Obviously, the same system that where you reformat everything in there.
To set up your device using a screen reader, turn on narrator by pressing Windows plus Control plus Enter.
Okay.
For more accessibility features, press Windows plus U or select the X.
You want to use the same type of like ASUS cloud recovery system, but in the same menu, you want to say you want to back up, and then upload everything into the cloud memory. How would I reformat for the new SSD so it doesn't change anything? You like I said, like same thing. Go to boot mode. Go to advanced. On the advanced tab, go to ASUS cloud recovery mode, and then you instead of like reformatting, you would say it will ask you, "Hey, do you want to back up your you want to upload your backups for in the future case?" Click yes. It will upload everything that you have on your OS, games, or whatever. In case if you feel uncomfortable about that too, you can always put the micro SD card in and then move your games or any save files that you want to move. Usually keep in mind that you know it's not a smart idea to move the games, upload the games into the cloud recovery, only because the back like uploading the backup actually it's gonna take forever. It might even take like 8 to 16 hours or 20 hours depending on the size of the game. So the only thing that you want to recover is like your documents, your save files, or whatever the mods that you put into your Steam folder, or any of the sort right there. Anything important. Games you can always re-download. That's not that's that's always has been the case. But I would not recommend to cloud recovery like fifth, anything above 20 gigabytes of games. Like I would not recommend that. Only because it will take forever to upload. Even if you try to recover like a really huge games on like a Dropbox or something, it will take forever to upload. So that's why a lot of techies recommend you just you know, back up your save files and back up your folders instead of backing up your games. because it's just not worth it. You can always re-download the games whenever you're up for it, and if you have a high speed internet, you shouldn't feel worried about like downloading any games all over again. But it's better to download the games less than an hour or two than to re-upload back up the game for 16 hours and then try to re-download it for another 2 hours or 3 hours, depending, just because you're trying to upload and re-download the backup. I would not recommend. I think I just played it in getting factory reset. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. Again, but like I said, be sure to like put any of the important like save files into your your micro SD card or SSD external drive or something to back up your important files. Just in case, if you want to bring it back into there, into your new factory reset SSD. Okay, I'm gonna try to finish setting this up. That way I can kind of see. No, skip. Connection network. I'm trying to put this Wi-Fi right now. Let's see, and then next. Once I finish the updates, I'm gonna turn this off, and I'm gonna show you like what it looks like in the back. And give me a second. Like all this process is like pretty important, and I can't just like completely shut it down. Otherwise, like it's gonna brick. So usually you kind of don't want to force turn it off while it's updating, and then also while it's like restarting multiple times. I love the Xbox too. This new approach, honestly, I think they crushed it. So yeah, actually mentioned this about it before. I feel like Microsoft is slowly trying to phase out from the physical disc business. They really want to go with a little bit more digital. I don't know if you've noticed it. Xbox Series X consoles are being sold a lot less, and people have been purchasing more Series S series and then like more digital series right there. It's easy to carry around, and a lot of people have been like just playing the games through a Game Pass, so they just feel that they don't technically need physical discs anymore. And some of the retails stop receiving Xbox physical discs now. Like Walmart and the Targets are starting to discontinue ship bringing the like a physical disc now, like, which is pretty crazy. Phil Spencer, I feel like he wants people to use more and rely more on Game Pass to download games and play games than actually like physically like purchase games anymore, which I think is a pretty bold approach right there, because a lot of people still believe that like physical disc is like it's a safe way to keep your games and play your games whenever you feel like it, because once you get your account banned, or if you deactivate your account, or like your account gets deleted, every games that you purchased digitally will be pretty much gone. You don't technic And I've always said you don't technically own the device. I, you don't technically own the game, is what I'm trying to say. And this device is a pretty bold approach. I get that it's expensive, it's $1,000, but the way that you use it around like places, I think that's a pretty daring approach. Like for those people who do not know, $500 $600 on a Steam Deck OLED. That's the high end of the handheld right now. Just about $600. The specs are a lot lesser than this thing right here. And for those who also don't know, the Lenovo the 32 gigabyte RAM one is a lot more expensive than this one actually, because first of all, it's a 32 gigabyte RAM, so that's why they're charging at least $1,300 to $1,400 for the handheld over there. Um, I was kind of deciding whether I should get that or this. Um, and the difference between Lenovo and this one is that this one is a lot easier to upgrade your SSD, and it has much more higher capacity. This one, this device can upgrade it with the M2 SSD card, but the other one, the Lenovo, is a different SSD that you're gonna use. It's I think it's like NVMe and SSD, if I'm right. It's the same thing that it uses with the Steam Deck as well too. Like both, they're two different SSDs. M2 2230s are the smaller version, and they the highest that they ever have gone so far is at least 2 terabytes. I know Western Digital's in China, uh they were able to manufacture like a 4 terabyte, but they don't actually have it in the US right now. And they cost really expensive. I think it's a lot more expensive than um so I think it's a lot more expensive than the 8 terabyte. It's like probably $800 to $900 for 4 terabyte M2 2230. So, you know, and I was thinking about the Lenovo, but battery life would be less than and the huge screen versus the Xbox handle. So, the reason why the battery for the Lenovo is a lot less is because the functionality of a Lenovo is a lot more like similar to Nintendo Switch. The Nintendo Switch is what, like it detaches the controller itself, so the Lenovo can detach the controller from the screen, and then you can put the screen on as like a kind of like a stand on its display by itself. And that was their Lenovo's you know focus on, like, to make things a lot more convenient and um have yourself, like, put your controllers away from the screen and play like Nintendo Switch. That's the difference right there. I know a lot of people are anticipating the Lenovo for the 32 gigabyte RAM one. Whether it's going to be more performance speed wise, I think Lenovo the 32 gigabyte RAM one is definitely faster performance than ROG Ally X Xbox. But for conveniently, like, changing your hard drives and the comfortability of like control itself, I still think that ROG is probably better. Like, as you can see, the controller like, gripping is much easier. I don't know if you actually played around with the Lenovo before, but the Lenovo is almost similar type of grip as the Nintendo Joy-Cons. So if you're not comfortable with Joy-Cons, then you obviously wouldn't like Lenovo either. If you're more like, the natural console controller player, then this would be the right type of thing right here. Um, but obviously Lenovo has a better like like when you're carrying things around a little bit, like let's say you go somewhere, you go on a plane. I think Lenovo is probably a better option when it comes down to that because you can put the display on the plane, on like a table right there, and you can detach the controllers, and you can just relax and play the game like that. I think that is like the probably the best thing that would be. I think that's pretty convenient. I don't know why people think the Xbox Ally looks ugly. I think it looks nice. No, it is. It does look nice. It's much better than the original version because I actually owned Ally X before, and I also owned the first model of the Ally Z1 Extreme. I can tell you right now, the way that you're holding this hand is so much nicer than the first two models. The Ally X is it's just a better spec than the previous model, but obviously, but when it but this is like one thing that Asus like did pretty well on is that um the comfortability. They were very focused on like like making you feel comfortable when you're holding your handheld, and that was the first model. The first model itself was very comfortable in holding it too, comparing to Steam Deck. I also own the Steam Deck, and I also tried out the OLED version, and the biggest issue about I had with the OLED and the Steam Deck is that like the touchpad screen, and then like the bulky like feel to it, it was pretty uncomfortable. And then the reaching out the buttons were also pretty uncomfortable. But uh the obviously the ROG Ally has always been pretty good with the controller and the button comfortability. I think like the whoever designed this handheld knew what they were getting into. Like they knew that the first thing that people are gonna look for is the comfortability of your buttons. I do wish when you press the library button by accident, you could press it again. If it could put you where you left off. Yeah, I guess that actually makes sense. Yeah. Um, so 103. Right now it's downloading right now, so obviously this handheld it takes forever to update and upload. It's gonna take at least like 2 to 3 hours or 4 hours to like fully set it up. I can't buy Valve products because for me they take long to come out with the newer generation. Yes, that's one other thing that people have been complaining about is that the prices for the OLED, the highest version, is still remains the same, but the spec has not improved anything since then. Like the processor is still the same old processor. Like I think the performance is a lot less than the Z1 Extreme. Now for obvious reasons, Z2 is much faster processor, and Steam Deck has not actually implemented anything new as of right now. I don't know what they're thinking. I mean, obviously Gabe is pretty confident that, he doesn't think that it needs to upgrade they need to upgrade the OLED or Steam Deck itself as of right now. So we'll see what happens. But maybe in the by next year, maybe Gabe and Steam are gonna like release the new Steam Deck Model 2 maybe in the future. Yeah, did you buy any accessories for your ROG Xbox ROG LIX? I have not. My priority at the time was upgrading the SSD and then getting the hardware. Even it's kind of funny because I I had a pretty outrageous experience with Best Buy about this device. Um, I was supposed to get this device on Thursday, and then for some reason they were denying my credit card payment. So I called Best Buy customer service to get a resolve, and then the agent thought I was like trying to cancel it for some reason. I said that okay, so can we use a reward to like reduce the payment? And then I guess the agent was didn't really understand what I was trying to say. So she's like, okay, I've canceled your order. so you can make a new order for you to get the console handheld. And I'm like, wait, why did you do that? And she's like, what do you mean? And I'm like, you just canceled my order. It's supposed to arrive tomorrow. If I reorder this right now, it says that the expected delivery date is December, like December 18, 12. Like, you're telling me that now I have to wait for 2 months for this thing? And it's just like, oh, I'm sorry, but like, I thought you were trying to cancel it. But I pre-ordered mine October 2nd, and I still have 4 more days left, and I pre-ordered it. Yeah, so she canceled my order, and then I had a huge argument with the customer service agent and then the manager afterwards. And then the manager's like, "I'm sorry, there's nothing we can do. We already canceled the order. Once it's canceled, we can't really like go back to it. The only thing that you can do is like pre-order, reorder it, order this, and hope for the best kind of thing right there." I'm like, you know what? I'll just pre-order it, I guess. And like, I guess it's a sign that I should not be getting this thing, and I pre-ordered it. And I read some of the messages on Reddit saying that some of their orders also like got delayed to December, and then some people are saying like, "Oh, don't cancel your order right now." Like, uh, it's the December is a placeholder date, so it's not even like confirmed that it's going to be December. And I'm like, isn't placeholder date usually like if it's not a guarantee that it's like most like I always think of it as a Murphy law. So like you know um so Murphy Law is like anything, anything gets like bad, anything is bad, it can get always worse kind of situation. So like, in my like brain, I always think like, oh, things gonna get worse. So eventually I I actually thought that I would, like December would go, like to be delayed to January, February because of the current tariff situation right now, and then the whole like shit fest with like the like out of stock or like like just the whole tariff thing is just like a whole another mess right there. So well, mine says November 14th, but all the employees are telling me the 22nd. That really depends. If you're trying to get the store pickup, then it would expect to come out around November. But I actually ordered through shipping address again. Like, I have to cancel the December one again, and I had to reorder it because apparently the refreshing Best Buy somehow said, "Oh, now is coming out, like you can get this like a ROG Ally Xbox tomorrow or something." And I'm like, "Oh, okay. What's the point of me ordering on December if refreshing this order is gonna get me like right the next day?" So I canceled the December one and I reordered it, and then I had it shipped to my house instead, and then it arrived today. So that's why I'm like streaming this without scheduling anything. Oh, so D-pad on that for fighters. Okay, so let's kind of like feel the controller right now. The sensitivity is a little bit I'm if you're a fighter gamer, I'm pretty sure you're familiar with Sanwa buttons right there. So I'm like kind of clicking this right now. Pre Pressing is a little bit like the reaction button is like pretty fast. Like it bounces back up. But obviously, for those people who actually have played Xbox before, the D-pad is has always been like a kind of like an optional thing, and the let's be real here, like Xbox D-pads has always been pretty crappy comparing to their analog sticks. So, um, but as of right now, like the way I feel it, it feels pretty comfortable. Like I'm trying to do like quarter circle slide right there. Quarter circle back. I think it's pretty smooth. Like the reaction and then like the bouncing back kind of feels like Sanwa buttons right there. Same goes for the button as well too. Well, actually, these 4 buttons are kind of stick a little bit downwards comparing to the D-pad. The D-pad reactionaries are much faster comparing to this one. Best Buy's best experience is only buying in store. Best Buy's is such a good experience. Anything that's not buying in store. Usually, I enjoy buying things electronics at the Best Buy only because um I have a Best Buy credit card and that's the only way that I get my rewards points. That's not, and then also I have a what is it? Total Tech membership, annual membership, which helps me to refund anything like within past 30 days. So it extends up to 45 to 50 days for Best Buy Total Tech membership. And even though it's expensive for the annual membership, but also at the same time, anything that you purchase, like such as this right here, if something goes wrong, whether it's bricks or whether it's like, I kind of like there's something wrong to it and then like overheats and then like the battery kind of like burns up or something like that. I bring it to the Best Buy and they usually replace me for like, it's a 2-year warranty, like automatically. So when they ask me, "Hey, what happened to it?" I just say like something went wrong. They don't really ask further about it. It's usually no questions asked kind of thing policy right there. So they give you a replacement if they have it in stock, or they give you full credit back to your account, and then you can choose any other like electronic devices that you want to purchase in the future. So, for example, if something goes wrong after putting an SSD card in here, and like bricks or something like that, I can always use my warranty and tell them that hey something went wrong, and then they'll eventually like just ask you what happened to it, and then just say that it's just a brick, and then they won't even like ask for the question about it. They'll just say, "Oh, like choose whatever you want," and I can probably, if something went wrong, I guess I'll just like replace it into Lenovo, I guess, right? Lenovo, the new one, the 32 gig RAM, and then I guess I can test that out in the future. But that's one way to do so. And then also, even with the Total Tech, they have like a open box policy kind of thing. So if you didn't like what you had within the 45, as long as it's within 45 days and you open it and you used it like a couple of times and you didn't like it, they refund it back to you. As long as you didn't register the serial key to the system, I guess. Like I had a big issue with that with the Google Nest when I purchased it for the thermostat. But they managed to still give me a refund at the end of the day. So which was nice. Like Best Buy has a pretty weird customer service, but at the same time, it has a pretty good beneficial customer service. The Lenovo Legion Go 2 had a 100 watts per hour battery. I brought by a problem. There's not a lot of 100 watts per hour battery for most of the handhelds as of right now. Even for what is it, Nintendo Switch 2, I don't think they have that either. I don't think Nintendo Switch 2 actually has that spec right there. Yeah, the battery life it doesn't very last long. It's like 2 hours, 6 hours for Switch 2. I'm gonna tell you why the battery life is like not so strong is because I think most of the companies are afraid that the lithium battery inside anything above 100 watts per hour will overheat and then burn the device. And when the lithium battery is on fire, it's really hard to extinguish. Um, like they what is it? Samsung tried to extend the battery like to a highest peak at the time, like a couple many years ago. Um, and they kind of like they succeeded in making the battery like the phone battery life last very very long time, but at the same time they had a price to pay for that because when the lithium battery explodes, lithium battery is a liquid, so it's like a very unique type of liquid that explodes when it goes on fire. Like the fire extinguisher has trouble like extinguish like trying to extinguish it out. It's like pouring alcohol and oil into the gasoline fire. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's for the No 7, correct. So it spreads fire pretty fast. So like it can actually end up like burning the house or house down or even like what is it, the cars. So that's why when you're on like a plane on the TSA, people they recommend you not to carry like put your like a cell phone or anything lithium battery in your luggages because while it's not being monitored or like unattended and it explodes and it goes on fire, you're risking everyone's life right there. So that's usually the reason why a lithium battery is not recommended within the luggages. You have to always put it in your carry-on or your backpack. And okay, so sign in. Oh, finally, I can sign in now. Okay, at oh, outlook.com. I'm gonna try to sign in right now. Connecting. Yes. Please wait. I should really consider about getting a stand. This is pretty crazy. In case if you don't want to play it on like a display like this, and you buy a stand, you can also sync this pretty easy with the Xbox controllers since this is using an Xbox OS as well too. Probably a stand, maybe, most likely. I also plan to purchase the what is it, external graphic card in the future once once they like start manufacturing more of that. Uh, this is this device is actually compatible for the 5090 ROG uh what is it? 5090 ROG external graphic card, which is like at least 1500 or $2000, I think. And that should extend that should like increase your performance to maximum performance if you plug that in. Hello, your boy Rexy. How are you doing? Can you pin confirm pin? Okay. You bought it at X for the XG station? Yeah, so the keep in mind you can't you really use the 4090, the previous model one. You're gonna have to wait until the Thunderbolt 5 model comes out. I have no idea how what they're gonna do with it. Like as of right now, they original. release date was actually back in January and March, and no one has actually seen that thing. You should look up D-brand kill switch case if you like it. D-brand kill switch case. Oh, okay. ROG Ally X. I actually want. I probably want the tempered glass. Probably in the future. I think the tempered glass is probably the best thing. It comes with a stand. Does it come with a stand? Let's see. Limited editions in gaming. Glass stick grips. Modular type gaming cases. I only see cases and the glass case unless we're looking at something different. All right, getting update ready. All right. Oh god, finally. How long has the stream been like trying to get this thing set up? I think it's about 2 hours now. Oh dear god. Okay. Look up D brand Xbox ROG Ally switch case. You should be able to find it. Okay, I see the case. All right. Now I see it. Ultra. Oh, Ultra with the stand. Oh, okay. That now I understand what you're trying to say. Okay. That'll be the first one. Sign in with your account. Continue. Okay, continue. Let's go. Huh. So, okay. As you can see now. So this is the armory button, and then if you wanna like put your game to highest performance, you can click performance. Oop. I'm gonna click this button, and then turbo or silent. And then you click this performance or turbo. Real-time monitor, 100p resolution, 720, 900p. You want to leave it as 1080p right here. You click max frame rate limiter, auto control mode, keyboard, game profiles, operating mode. And then what other buttons do you have right here? Redeem, store account. Could you see if there's a group on like Xbox console has to pick people in games? There's a group button like Xbox console has to pick people in games. Okay. Oh, hey, look, there's like Steam button right here, app right here. Updating Steam. Like when you say group button, are you like asking like if you can party with people or something? I'm not 100% familiar with the Xbox function, so I can't really like understand. So, if you can kind of like give me an example, elaborate on an example. It's where you can create group for a game that random people can join. Oh, okay. Give me a second. Let me just log in really quick for my Steam. I'm gonna try to download game right now. An authenticator. Mm, Sign into Steam. Okay. Approved. Loading user data. Okay. I think I'd be able to check it out. Just give me just a moment. Let me just. What is this? Uh, says friends, not now. Friends start a part. I think this is the one, right? Like it says, add click function, add more friends, show icon on party. You be able to try to go random to join. Start a party. Maybe invite friends. Skip. And then chat. It says join or create a party to chat. I'm not sure if that's the one that you're looking for, maybe. Cloud gaming store. Pretty sure this is the there should be oh, maybe it don't got it. Okay, maybe there should be something like a group to invite someone. Uh you know what? I'm just gonna like say that you're probably better than me when it comes down to Xbox functionality. So once you actually get it and then you try to play around with it, you let me know how that goes, and then I could probably figure it out from there, I guess. Let's see, Steam, Xbox, find more friends. Uh, recently play with new chat. Not yet. Okay. I think I sort of got it right now. Hold on a second. It says new chat, I guess. Create a chat. No, I don't think that's the one that you were talking about. Chat requests. We'll figure something out. Oh, you should try out the coolest Capio AI with the gamers by holding down the Xbox button. Okay. Let's see. Oh, this is pretty cool. So you hold on the Xbox button and you can change app like that. Okay, that's pretty cool. And then it says click Windows Desktop and then continue. There you go. You get a Windows Desktop. If you want to use a mouse, obviously, then you connect a USB port and then use the mouse to download something, and then you can use another USB to put the keyboard and then type something they want, whatever you need to install more apps. If you want to install Discord, then that's also another thing that you can do. And then to go back, obviously, you can always get rid of play. Okay. You can always kind of go back to Xbox full screen experience right there, and then you click that, and then it will go back. And then it says restart for better performance. No, I'm just gonna stay on desktop for now. And then I'm gonna click library. What game should I download right now and test it out? Cyberpunk is gonna be too long to set up. I could probably do this like, what game should I download? Should I do Persona? Let's try to do Persona. You'll need to restart it now. Go back to Xbox if you want to take 2 GB of saving. Okay. I've always been like the Windows desktop fan, so I might end up like sticking with the Windows desktop, but um that's just me. Let's see. Okay, long press the library button. What is the library button? Is that the right side? Huh? Shows like a guide or something. I love it when those may not be able to polish it. Is that the one? Whoa, what is this? Oh, the Steam Deck mode. Okay, welcome to Big Picture. Okay, that's pretty cool. I'll start into downloading this first. Did you go into Armory Crate? You still need to update your drivers through the. Yeah. Let me just check if I need to update it. Open Armory Crate. Armory Crate SC. Preparing for the installation. So I guess I have to install this as well, and then probably end up reinstalling the device again. Oh my gosh, setting up takes like forever, man. Ugh, you can't even play games. Ugh. Why am I restarting this right now? Agree. Power mode synchronization maybe later. Okay, update center. Check for updates. Make sure you change your RAM in the settings too. Are you talking about the Armory Crate RAM settings? Loading. Look at you. You know more stuff about like this device than I do. Uh, you've done your homework, man. Like uh, that's pretty cool. Try again later. Okay, core services update now. Initializing. I don't know. It's just by default set up to only 8 gigs of RAM something, so you need to change it to 24. Take away the 2 seconds of happiness. No, it's fine. I think I need to update it anyways. Like the first thing that you do when you're getting a computer or whatever you're getting like for a device, you always want to update it first before you even like play around with anything in the future. When you wait for 2 weeks, you go a bit crazy. Yeah, I guess like I can get a bit pretty crazy too. Yeah, makes sense. Oh my god, this armory crate is like update is taking it's gonna take forever. It's like still at like 2%. When you go to desktop, you only get 22 gigs of RAM instead of 4 gigs unless you restart. Uh, I guess like I can change it to 24 gigs of RAM, but at the same time, I feel like that might end up like cause unless I want to play straightforwardly game and not like all tap to check anything else with the device, then yeah, I think I can switch it to 24 gigs. I'm glad I told you before you finish installing the game. You'd be like, why am I getting 25? Yeah, that's true. So I'm probably gonna like change it to maybe 16 gigs of RAM, maybe just so that I'm saving up the other part just in case if I need to like alt tap to check out Discord on my device or something like that. And most likely is I might end up using like, Google Chrome as well too. Oh man, like I don't know why Xbox didn't bother going 32 gigs of RAM instead of, I don't know why it's 24. Like it just makes no sense to me. Like the 24 is such an odd number to do a RAM. It's usually 8, 16, 32, and 64. But like I don't know why 24 is 24. And we press the Xbox button. Well, do you think that needs update too? Hold on a second. I'm almost done updating this first. I won't launch armor crate. Let's see. Oh, that's a nice music right there. I never had that experience before. I think that was on the ASUS site, honestly. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. ASUS choosing 24 gigs of RAM is like a very bizarre way of doing so. I think Linus Tech actually kind of like brought it up before. He also like didn't understand why they decided to um do it like that way. Like most of the techies didn't understand the 24 gig right there. They were kind of like saying it's either you go 16 or you go 32. Like 24 is such a bizarre way of like doing a RAM right there. Not a lot of computer companies like what is it like not a lot of compute companies do that. So it just doesn't make sense to me. Don't remind me. The instead of 32 makes me go crazy. I'm trying to forget about it. But overall, in a sense, I think this is probably the best handheld that I've seen so far this year. Say, and then Lenovo GoGen. It's either I go Lenovo GoGen or like you end up getting what is it, Ioneo. Ioneo is also another model that's gonna be like that people have been like always like anticipating, I guess. And I know that Ioneo has always been like a high-end handheld console. They usually go about $1,600 to $2,000 for their models for high-end devices. And it's kind of interesting because Ioneo actually has 64 gigs 64 gig option on their RAM. And I think they are about to make it like Xbox and Steam Steam Deck OS compatible in the future. So, you could probably look forward to that. Yeah, it is pretty crazy. Like I said, Ioneo has always been like more of like a Kickstarter type of company that gets a really huge crowdfunded, and then when they release it, they go like all out when it comes out, and they have so much retro design, like a retro like a Game Boy and like retro handheld console color theme options. So I know there's a lot of Ioneo fanatics out there. I actually have a Ioneo the dual screen, the one that looks that has like with the upper screen and then the second screen. So it's one of those handhelds are pretty cool if you're like the type of person who's into like playing a Nintendo DS. So it actually like allows you to use both screens like that way. And I tried it and it's pretty good. It has a 64 gig RAM as well too. That was like I think that was like a little bit about like 1200 or 1300 bucks right there. PlayStation has to go Xbox Petro Table end up like Nintendo, I think. Uh right now, as you know, the PlayStation 5 the what is it? Like the remote play is I feel like Sony feels that the remote play is their safe path, I guess. That's what they're thinking because like it's not expensive, but comparing to other handhelds, but at the same time, like they believe that you don't always like play video games like fully remotely, so you can just kind of like remote play stream from far away. So, like, let's say you're in Europe, but your console's in New York or something like that, or California. You can always remote play connected right there, and I think that's their way of their business right now. Um, oh, but also like I feel like they're kind of afraid in doing another handheld business, because after all the incident that they had with the PlayStation, uh, PS Vita, Uh, like my biggest problem with Sony always has been that they have some kind of like a arrogant ego view about like they believe that like exclusivity, like whether it's accessories or not, is a right direction to their end. And um give me a second, let me just get it like a soda drink because I'm being parched right now. Oh, that feels much better. That's the spot. So I've been a huge Sony person since I was a kid. And they had a very unique device back in the days that no one could ever have. And this was like even before mini disc was even a thing. And they created like something like a compact CD ROM type of thing. And it was only exclusive for Sony only. And they had a device that costed like 3 times higher than, like a cassette, like, a device that back in like, the '80s and '90s, and no one was able to purchase it because, like, the accessories were expensive, the hardware was expensive, and then the disc itself was expensive. So, because it was so expensive, Panasonic decided to create their own version known as compact disc ROM, CD-ROM, and they decided to release it globally as cheap as you get. And then that completely destroyed Sony's market on trying to overprice their device. And then CD-ROM has just completely like dominated the entire market. Panasonic decided to sell the idea of CD-ROM to other companies such as like Toshiba and Samsung wasn't even interested in it at that time, so like I'm not even gonna go there, but uh s- there's like Toshiba, Bose, and like all other American European company that you can think of like that wants to buy like CD-ROM thing. So Sony shot themselves in the foot, and they completely disbanded the idea of making destroyed and disbanded that idea. And this history of Sony's arrogance has always been like this every year. And I'm pretty sure a lot of people are probably gonna say, "Hey, but wouldn't that kind of apply to Nintendo?" Yeah, a little bit. But at the same time, Nintendo was minding their own goddamn business where they decided to create, Nintendo NES, Super in this case, you would call it Famicom, Super Famicom. They were making money for Nintendo. They didn't even care about like entertainment system, like such as like CD-ROM or anything like that. Um, because kids love video games, and they didn't, and like this the CD-ROM whole thing right there get go was actually more focused to adult right there. Grew up an Xbox guy, made the right choice. Yeah, so in a way, so Sony has a pretty good and ups and downs. PlayStation One, um, so the mini disc was also kind of like a disastrous decision that they could ever think. They like Sony thought that mini disc would be like an alternative view of people like going away from CD-ROM, and then like they were able to bring like MP3 files into the disc, and then listening to your own musics and so forth. They thought they were doing the right thing. And then at the same time, some other companies decided to make their own MP3 player. And then Apple has decided to create a thing called iPod. That's when the Steve Jobs had decided to create their own music device called iPod, and then the MP3 player where you can bring the music digitally into a device, and you can listen it anywhere you go without carrying a mini disc player, which is like pretty damn heavy, and then carrying multiple discs and then like insert it every time. So Sony decided to shot themselves in the foot again, and that ended up destroying their markets like, once more. And the only thing that they were able to like kind of successfully like sell on their end is was like the Sony Vaio, like which was like a laptop computers and TVs. The whole Vaio was a pretty like a decent sale at the time, because they like not a lot of companies were actually competitive enough to follow that path right there. And then PlayStation 1 and 2 were pretty big sales. Even with the Xbox Origin launch came out, Xbox Original, the first generation console was still not able to beat PlayStation 2 sales. Same goes for GameCube sales for obvious reasons. But Xbox first generation console did pretty good on its own. Like it was a pretty promising, um, direction in the future of what they wanted to do. So the Microsoft. So at that time, PlayStation decided to release a new direction in their console with a Blu-ray system, and they decided to create PlayStation 3. Now, PlayStation 3's biggest mistake that the Sony had decided to shoot themselves in the foot again was that their console during that whole economy where people can barely able to afford a console, is that they decided to overcharge a 20 gigabyte PlayStation 3 console for like $400, and then the 60 gigabyte console for 600 or above price right there. And it was very limited. They didn't make a lot because the parts that they were trying to apply for the backwards compatibility as well as the Blu-ray player into one console cost them so much money that they had no other choice but to sell it at a very expensive price. Now at the time, like a lot of people feel that like the Blu-ray was not exactly a big highest demand right there, so it was one of the best like movie players and during that time, but who's gonna be able to afford $600 during that economy right there? Like, not a lot of people, and it was very limited. So people were like trying to buy it, and then for those some of these people were trying to sell it on eBay for 1500 to $2,000, the console alone. And then the backwards compatibility wasn't exactly a good backwards compatibility. It was like it had a it can make its own like PlayStation 1 and 2 memory slot and everything, but the performance like started declining as time passed by. So eventually, you know, Samsung and then yet again Panasonic and some other companies decided to purchase the parts of Sony's Blu-ray player, and decides to you know make their own version, and then sell it a lot less for their Blu-ray player. So Sony kind of just shot themselves in the foot again once more because they didn't think that these companies were going to downprice the Blu-ray players and then make it make themselves irrelevant eventually. And that was one of the cases. Like PlayStation 3 was a pretty success after that, but was it as successful as PlayStation 2 and PlayStation 4? No, I don't think so. I think 3 had a lot of flaws in its sales at the time right there. And then at the same time, they decided to release a PlayStation Go, a PSP Go, and the PS Vita. PS Vita was probably one of the worst sales in like Sony's video game marketing, in my personal opinion. That's just me, but like I still think that does. It didn't last very long. Memory cards that was only like 64 gigabyte would costed like $150 to purchase the uh card at that time, which is pretty crazy, 64 gigs. And you can't use it anywhere else but PS Vita. Like back then, like for PlayStation Pro, PSP, PlayStation Portable, at least you can use SanDisk, Sony SanDisk, for like and purchase a third party, and then you can at least like apply memory card for a cheap price. But all the accessories that were selling for PS Vita were very expensive. Not to mention the 3G, the internet that you can use was very poor. It was not that great. And then at the same time, um, like someone like at least PlayStation 3, it allowed you to use multiple accounts, like such as like if you want to use an American account and then you want to use Japanese account and download Japanese content into the PS3. That was perfectly fine. But Vita, in order to go from account to a Japanese account and sharing together, that never was a that was, you couldn't ever do that. Basically, you had to reformat the entire PS Vita to play a Japanese account and then download the Japanese content. And then if you want to log back into your American account, you have to reformat the PS Vita once more and then lose all that contents and play the American account. So that ended up becoming a problematic situation. Sorry about that. Yeah, I just got a notification. All right, and then PS Vita. That's the reason why people stopped buying the console. I know that some people say that PS Vita was like a great handle. It is a great handle, but what's the point of having a great handle that if the company can't understand like why it's great, what makes it great, and then you just keep choosing the wrong type of like business directions to like ruin your potential handle, and then like wash it down and then ruin it for everyone else. Sony, like I said, Sony has a massive history of shooting themselves in the foot. Like I don't know what to tell you. PlayStation 4 was a very very good direction in whatever they were doing. I think PS4 probably had the best sales that Sony has ever had for a very very long time, like since PS2. Like it didn't have a backwards compatibility, but at least you were able to play you were able to plenty of good amount of video games. Like there were a lot of PS4 games. Like the frame rates were very good. The accessibility, like theme changes, like was phenomenal, and the internet like stability and so forth. They were just genuinely good, and the streaming system was very good too. You could like I can probably say that PS4 probably had the best days and years um throughout Sony's career until, PlayStation 5 came along. I still, like, trash them from PlayStation 5. Like, I hate it. And the reason why PlayStation 5 is so bad is because, like, they try to phase out of, like, physical save files, like, where you can transfer it through USB. At least I think, correct me wrong, but I think Xbox still allows you to, save your save files through USB, and then you can, like, back up without relying on your cloud system. But PlayStation 5 does not allow you to do that. You can only do it on your PlayStation 4 save files. And PlayStation 5 save files, you can only do it through, like, online cloud system. Not to mention, the only backwards compatibility it has is, like, PlayStation 4. And as for Xbox, on the other hand, they always had backwards compatibility since, like, Xbox first generation. So all the games that you're aware of, as long as you have a Game Pass, I think you're able to play all the classic 360 Xbox 360 games and Xbox One games and Xbox and so forth. So, that's, like, the biggest, like, advantage for Xbox. I feel like I wish it did better job. Like, I wish it had more potential when it comes on Xbox. I feel like the Microsoft just had a really bad competitive marketing outside of United States. That's my biggest issue. So, and Phil Spencer, ever since he became the CEO of Xbox, he has been trying to push the idea of, like, going overseas, like, such as Japan, to promote Xbox, and, like, trying to get the games into Japanese games into Xbox. So, like, he's trying really hard, and the biggest issue is that he's late on the game. So his way of trying to bring import games, his last desperate method of, like, trying to promote more people to purchase Xbox handheld is to partner up with uh Asus at the time, for, like, have his own handheld, I guess, like, partner up with it. It's probably a better option than making their own handheld, and then when you wasting more money, and then, expect, like, see another failure of sales, rather than, like, failing the sales and making its own handheld. They probably believe that partnering up with a different company, you're still making money at the same time. People, will still play your games, buy your games, and so forth. So I do believe that, this is a right direction, and so forth. Um, at Whether Sony is gonna, like, take consideration on changing their business practice, I don't know. Um, you know, uh, Maybe they'll make their handheld console in the future. That's, at least they're now aware that, selling games that's not exclusive for their PlayStation 5, let alone standalone. I think they're starting to be aware of that. Like, they're, like, starting to phase out from exclusivity, and then start to, you know um distribute their Sony exclusive games to Steam and Xbox and so forth, and even Nintendo. Uh, I think they learned their lesson pretty hard on that part right there. Let's see. Almost done with the update, so where were we? Also, make sure you ASD your fingerprint to the Xbox handheld. Kind of hope that Goso Yote will come out on Steam pretty fast, uh, or at least pretty soon. I've been actually playing Goso Yote on PlayStation 5, and it's the game is really good. The power button is also fingerprint reader. Okay, this one. Oops. No way. I think I just like closed the app by accident. Shit. You save before starting your system. It says I have to restart the system, maybe. Installing. Go into settings to set up your fingerprint. Oh, okay. Is that part of the ROG general device info? Performance, right? And then GPU settings. Oh, okay, okay. I think I know what you're talking about. If I had to change it, it says 8 gig to I had to change it to 16 gig. Okay. Memory assigned to G. Yeah, so you're right. It says it's actually at 8G. As you can see. So you would need to change it to 16G. Yeah. AMD fluid motion flame, anti-lag on radiant boost. Image sharpening. Power mode synchron echo assist, CPU stats, GPU stats, memory and storage. It's already using like 11.1 gigabyte. That's annoying. Press and hold it, Xbox button, press desktop mode. Okay. Okay. Give me just a moment. Press Xbox and press desktop mode. Okay. Mm. New desktop. Okay, desktop mode. And then open up settings. What the heck? Okay. No. Oh. Okay, settings. Settings. Okay, settings. And then would it be accessibility right here? Mm. Personalization, privacy and security. Okay, I think this is the one, right? Go. Oh, go on to accountant setting. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Okay, accountant settings. Close. Uh, sign in options, right? Oh, I see. I see. I see it. Okay, fingerprint recognition. Fingerprints to sign in. Okay, I see it now. Okay, I got it. Thank you. Okay, so I'm gonna restart the computer right now. Oh, it's technically a computer. I gotta restart it twice because since you told me that I have to change it to 8 gig to 16 gig, so I'm gonna have to restart it a second time since I already updated it. The loading time is much faster comparing to the previous model right now. As you can see, it's loading really fast right now. Now it's updating BIOS. Once you sign in, oh my god, this BIOS is taking forever. Okay, it's kind of weird. I feel I think I spent about like 3 hours trying to get this like this handheld set up. This is pretty crazy shit right here. And I didn't think that I would spend this much money, much time right here. That's crazy. Just like you just want to play games and then you're like trying to do all the settings right here. That's almost there. Almost there. Also, when you sign in, make sure you check for updates again. Yeah. Oh my God. Now I think about it. I think there's like a Windows update that I'm gonna have to do too, right? Most likely, so I'm probably never gonna be able to play any games at this point.
Damn, every
Yeah, I know, right? Like, how many more updates are left? Ugh, Jesus Christ. No, I do appreciate your company. Like, at least you're here watching me play along with this thing. Like I think if I was like talking to myself, I'm probably gonna like lose my mind at this point. I do appreciate you, talking with me about this. I really do appreciate it. Um, God. I can clearly tell that you're very excited for this handheld. Once you get it, you're gonna be like having one thrilling time. With time and restores, I would just go straight to check rotates and then update. No, this is definitely longer than this thing. It takes definitely longer than the PC, in my personal opinion. I never imagined myself like taking this long right here. Okay. Uh, all right, we're gonna change the um performance calibration. That's, God damn it. Okay. All right, performance, GPU settings, 16 gig. I have to restart the computer now. Oh God! I have to restart this again. Oh. Okay. Kind of want a white version, but they just couldn't like give it like a different color version. So for this thing, I don't know why, but Windows Desktop. Uh, no, come on. Okay, Windows settings, Windows Update, download and install all. Ooh, look at that! It's good. Pending install. Oh dear God. Might as well download Google Chrome while I'm at it, right? Confirming. I no. Continue without Google data. Select all. How do you even use a keyboard? What the heck is this? You know what? Chrome and Chrome browser. So stupid. uh, s- I type Chrome and then somehow Edge is like telling me to don't go to Chrome. There you go, down on Chrome. Yes. Check for updates. Okay. Thanks. Yes. Okay, let's try a game right now. I did check the updates. Doesn't need me to. It doesn't require me to restart any more things. So that's the good news, right? Starting game. Trying to run the game right now, and it says I don't know what it's trying to do. It just says launching executable. Okay. There you go. All right, I'm gonna adjust this camera a little bit so that you can kind of like. How do you show the FPS counter? Let's see. Armory crane.
Let's see.
Is this the one that you were talking about, gaming Copilot? The AI thing that you're telling me about? Because it's now telling me to set that up. So yeah, I see it. Hold on a second. Am I able to move that? Yeah, there we go. Hmm? Did I click the wrong button right here again? It says FPS is a 56 right now. So it says 64. This is right now the max settings for this game. The frame gen is a maximum if I'm right. Let's see. Turn on frame gen. How do you even turn on the frame gen? Let's see. FSR. It's currently in the turbo mode right now. I'm not sure. Do optimize all. Okay, I went to turbo, and then more settings. No, I went to GPU settings. Says Radeon super resolution, fluid motion frames, Radeon boost, image sharpening. Okay. Okay, the frame is actually. Well, okay. It's kind of spazzing a little bit. Like, you want to look at the game, or what are you trying to look at? Unless you want to look at the armory crate. Share your screen like when you're playing the game. Oh, you want to see the armory crate? Okay. Okay, and then go to performance. It's already at the turbo right there. Then if you go to, can you put the screen online with your capture card? That's going to be a little bit difficult. I don't exactly have a like a HDMI to use a capture card on. Let's see. I could probably do is do I even have a USB that? How did you share your screen before for the game? Yeah, it's pretty small, so I think the best I can really just do is like have it really close to the camera, if anything. Let's see. And then go from there. How did you share your screen before when you were playing the 2D game with the fire? I think I know what you're talking about. You're talking about my when you first joined the chat, and then I was playing a different game, right? I was playing on a actual PC. That was not actually the ROG Ally. So what did you want me to do? Like I'm like actually on the command center for you. So like, if you have some kind of idea that you want me to do, then I can probably set it up right now. Change the resolution to P720. Okay, I can probably do that, I guess. Changing the resolution apparently crashed the handheld. I just went from 720 and I tried to go make it 1080p, and then that ended up crashing the device. It just yeah, everything is updated. I did double check to make sure nothing's going wrong. I think what it does is that I don't think it actually likes me um like suddenly changing the resolutions while I'm playing the game. So I think that's probably the case right there. Let's see. I'm gonna try something one last time before I'm gonna call it a night, but so far this has been a pretty good experience right here. Let's see. You changed it back. That's when it messed up. Yeah, that's probably the reason why that was probably happening. Okay, I'm gonna turn on the Silent Hill F and then see how much frame rates I'm gonna get. Do I have a Discord server? I do, but I don't really talk in there. And that's like my biggest um issue that I have right there. I have my own server that I don't really like check up on. And I know some people have complained to me about that right there. Oh, I can give you my server information. You know, so. Keep in mind that this frame rate right now is 26 at a maximum performance right now, so I'm gonna have to like lower down the performance to see how good it how fast the frame rate is. This is a high optimization right now. The graphic looks pretty good, and it's kind of maintaining at 30 frames per second right now. But keep in mind right now, my hand is like, I can feel the like the heat, like I can feel the heat coming from the like around my fingertips right now. Like it's like really heating up. Let me give you a new invite. Sorry. Okay. Gonna try to change the settings for a second. Equipment. No limit. Preset. Okay, so the quality itself, like if I do the quality, it just causes the frame rate to drop down to um okay. You tried it 4 times? Are you Top God? Is that who you are? Yeah, it says that you're in the server. Hold on. Uh, member. How about now? Are you able to see the channel? Maybe that's I just fixed it for you. And as you can see, um okay, so as you can see, the frame for Silent Hill F, just by doing like the balance performance, it remains at 25 to 35 frame rates per second. It doesn't go higher than 60. Now I'm gonna try to play other game and see how much that frame rate is gonna be. Well, you want me to go full Xbox experience and go from there, I guess. I need to restart the game. Oh, okay. If that's the case, let me just restart it. I'll restart it and see if that changes anything. It's running Steam right now, so we'll see what happens. Still running at 25 to 35 right now. As you can see, it's at a balanced performance. If I change it to optimize, like like the high performance, we'll see what happens. Preset quality. As you can see, the frame drops down to 10 to 15. I am from New York. That's where I am residing in. Okay, the frame just went up to at least 17 to 20 for performance. Let's see. So you want to kind of play this game on performance mode. And then this raises back to 25 to 30. I was wondering because you so much energy. It's 2 a.m. for me. No, it is 2 a.m. right now. I'm about to go to sleep too. It's just that I just wanted to show you like what it's like to play on a high end game right now. I'm like kind of dozing off a little bit. So as you know, Silent Hill F is actually just the game just came out recently, so the performance that requires for the graphics is pretty high end. And for the performance mode, that's the FPS is so low. So here's the thing. If you actually play it on an actual PC with the 5090 K, like the GPU, it will still remain a little bit in between like 60 to 90. So I'm gonna play it on my PC right now. Just give me a second. I'll show you what the difference is. So the Persona 5 Royale, that was about 59 to 70 frames per second when I was playing it at the highest performance. Let me just show you the game quality of this game. Interesting thing about it right now, is this the loading time is much faster for the what's the ROG Ally Xbox comparing to actual PC. So this is actually running no limit, and then preset is already at quality right here. This game itself is already limited to just about 60 to 70 frame rates per second. Even then, you know, like the rendering is like, as you can see, like flickering and moving around is there's still limits. This is the highest CPU and then the GPU right there, 5090. So if I do the balance right now, let's see, performance, and then just limit to the flickering. There's still a little flickering issues for this game. And if I do no limit, the frame is still limited to at least 60 right there. So in a way, let's be real here. Like you know, at the end of the day, you're actually playing the game on handheld for the convenience reasons. You're not really playing the game for high quality performance. So you know, if you really want to play a high performance quality, then obviously you would prefer. I would, you know, you would prefer getting like a portable GPU to, you know, extend your ability to play. Like, such as the mobile XG would be your best option to optimize your performance. If you do plug in with the XG 5090 mobile in the future, you might be able to get like the quality graphics with the 60 frame rates per second, maybe. Like that's, and you would be able to maintain that. It's kind of funny because I actually, when I played it on the ROG Ally, the white version, the first model, and I plugged it in with the 4090 XG mobile, I tried playing, what is it? Uh the Jedi Fallen Knight, and it was able to remain at 50 to 60 frame rates per second at the highest resolution, and it was like the highest quality optimization. Without it, it dropped down to 10 frames per second, and then even lowering it down to like the lowest resolution, lowest quality of graphics, it remained around that 30 frames per second. So in a way, this ROG Xbox Ally X actually is pretty good. It maintains at 30 frames per second. As long as you don't optimize it to maximum, you should be okay. And it is pretty good for a device. And I think the old version of the ROG might not be able to keep the 30 like maintain the 30 frames per second for Silent Hill if it played as of right now. So this is an upgrade in my personal opinion. And besides, like most of the game these days, you don't really need high performance to play a game nowadays. Like you should just like play the games as you see fit, without like, you know, being. The main focus is this: you're playing it like as long as it's 30 frames rates per second, or if some of the games that can run at 60 frame rates per second, by all means go do it. Like you know, but also keep in mind if you want to try to play it at the highest performance, most likely is that your handheld will overheat up to 80 to 90 Celsius degrees, and you kind of don't want to do that because that might actually overheat heat the handheld and you might crash it, or the battery might run out really fast. So neither of those that you don't want to see that happen. And most of the game these days, they're pretty good. The graphics are pretty still good. Like they're still good, and like so you don't have to like play it at like high quality performance. But with that said, I'm like dozing off a little bit. This should like you're gonna have a lot of fun with this thing. Um, I'm gonna probably download a lot more games and test out as much as possible. And I expect, everyone to do the same as well too. So you can't wait to play Fall Guys. Yeah, I think Fall Guys would be fun to play it on this thing. I'm just not a big fan of Fall Guys because like, it frustrates me every time when I lose. So when I think that I win and then I later realize I am losing, like that's just like kind of my like PTSD kind of thing right there. But anyways, I'm done for the streaming tonight. I'm gonna download more games tonight and then go from there. I do appreciate your time, Hypnotic Hideaway. I do, it's it's really nice to see somebody actually like get spending 4 hours with me and then watching this my stream to like since can you try out Apex Legends? I don't have Apex Legends. I would need to download it. I guess I'm assuming that you play Apex Legends. Is that why you're asking? Yes. I really do appreciate your time. You came down to like talk chat with me about this. I learned more things thanks to you. So I do appreciate that too. If anything, instead of Apex Legends, I could probably try Battlefield 6 maybe, if that helps you. And then I do have a Battlefield 6 though. I could probably install that and test it out. I'm gonna download that. I will. Apex Legends is free, right? Yeah, so I'll see it if I can. Yeah, I'll just download it for you for now, and then if I feel like streaming it tomorrow, I'll take a look at it for you. Okay. All right. Thanks for coming by, and then I hope you have a wonderful night, and then see you tomorrow if I want to if I'm up for streaming. Have a good night.